No, it was in the front of our. All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the August 11th regular council meeting. Had some time away, so we'll get back at her. It'll probably be a full day meeting. Figured up the bite. We'll start off. I'll call the meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. Any additions to the agenda? Mr. Nothing? No. Just you guys to talk of the state of local emergency. Okay, so the state of local emergency agriculture disaster is what we're talking. Yeah. That will be under 9.5. Yeah, 9.5.
Yeah.
That's the only thing from me. Mr. Throwski?
Nope, but we got nothing to.
Okay, I have nothing. Your voice?
Got one, Scarrow Creek from Scarrow Lake to Jaroslav Lake, the drainage course there.
Okay. 9.6, Scarrow Creek.
Yeah, and maybe we can get Ken on the phone or something at that time to clean Ken Derby for that bit, okay?
All right, any other additions?
I have two additions for the council. The first one is a correspondence item from the Ukrainian about the Ukrainian Canada Heritage Day. At 14.9, with the correspondence for information. And the second one I have is a closed session item 16.1 that deals with the regional fire services mediation. And that would be ATIA section 26, 1.8.
All right, any other additions? All right, so now can I have somebody make a motion to accept as amended, please?
Sure, I will, accept it as amended.
All right, any questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. All right, you want to read off your
Yeah.
hearing?
Regional Council, I'm just going to read the pecuniary interest and conflict of interest paragraph for you all to remember. Members who have a reasonable belief that they have conflict of interest or pecuniary interest as defined in the Municipal Government Act in any manner before council, any particular board of council to which they are appointed as a representative from council shall, if present, declare and disclose the general nature of the conflict of interest or pecuniary interest prior to any discussion of the matter, abstain from discussion and voting on any questions relating to that matter. Members of council shall remove themselves from the meeting room except as described in the Municipal Government Act until the matter is concluded. The minutes shall indicate the declaration of disclosure, the general nature of conflict of pecuniary interest, the time at which the member left the room, and the time the member returned.
Yep. Okay, moving on to the lock minutes, for June 23rd. There's, any errors and omissions? Anybody seen anything they didn't? We have somebody make the motion to accept as presented, please.
I move that the Lamont County Council adopt the June 23rd, 2026 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
All right, questions or concerns? All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Public hearing, we don't have any public hearings this morning.
Sorry, we have a second minute, that's the second item.
Oh,
for minute
sorry.
From the July 22nd.
Right. So we held a special meeting on July 22nd. It was just to discuss our fire mediation. If anybody has any questions or concerns, if not, we'll make a motion to accept it as presented.
I can do that. Lamont County Council adopt the July 22nd, 2026 special council meeting minutes as presented.
Perfect. Questions, concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Now we'll go to public hearing. We don't have any public hearing this morning, but we do have a delegation for 6.1. Mr. and Mrs. Oxel, which would like to speak with us today.
Just sit here.
Come on in and
We can hear you better.
morning.
Morning. Thank you for giving us a few minutes of your time and hearing our concerns. We're appearing today before council to request amendments to the area structure plan for our approved country residential development located South Highway 15 between Lamont and Shipman, southeast 25519 west of the Fourth. The current ASP for Ross Creek Estates includes 49 1.25 to 1.5 acre lots, approximately 147 acres of country residential land in Lamont County. We respectfully request council support in amending the portions of the ASP to improve the project's financial viability while continuing to provide significant benefits to the Lamont County and the surrounding areas. When the Ross Creek Estates ASP was originally approved, substantial regional growth was associated with the Alberta Heartland industrial area was anticipated. Residential and industrial developments were proposed throughout the region with expectations of significant population growth and housing demand. Unfortunately, that growth did not materialize as anticipated. We understand and appreciate that council wanted Ross Creek Estates to reflect a very high standard due to the anticipated growth in the area. However, the market has changed significantly and several requirements within the Ross Creek ASP no longer align with current market conditions, and these create challenges to the project's financial feasibility. We firmly believe Ross Creek can still become a desirable residential community that contributes to the county's tax base, supports local businesses, and provides housing and opportunities for families wishing to live in the area. To make that possible, we are requesting the council's support for several amendments that would better align with the Ross Creek development with the current market conditions and the current county land use bylaw requirements. We've discussed these matters with the acting director of planning and community service, and we believe that making the following changes would better align with the current county land use bylaw and significantly improve the viability of the Ross Creek project. So these are our requested amendments. Number one is to remove the requirement for paved internal roads. The subdivision is accessed from existing gravel roads, making paved internal roads difficult to justify from both practical and a financial perspective. Paved roads are not a requirement for the county residential development under the current land use bylaw. If the subdivision roads are constructed to Lamont County standards, they should create no greater maintenance burden than any other county gravel road. Remove the requirement to connect to the regional water line and construct an on-site water reservoir. The current land use bylaw permits the use of potable water cisterns, and treated water is readily available from existing fill stations in the current area. Many rural residences in the county currently use cistern systems as the local groundwater is not ideal for drinking. With individual water cisterns, acreage owners would have access to safe potable water supplied from regional water corridor via the local fill stations. Number three, remove the requirement for an on-site wastewater treatment facility. Septic holding tanks are proven and commonly used wastewater solutions throughout rural Alberta and allowed by the current land use bylaw. Maintenance and responsibility would remain with the individual property owners. Wastewater would be hauled and disposed in an approved manner to an approved facility. This approach eliminates the long-term risk of the county inheriting responsibilities for operating, repairing, or upgrading a communal water waste treatment system. Remove the requirement for a Bearland condominium association. With individual homeowners being responsible for their own water and wastewater systems, there would be little need for any condominium association and subsequent monthly fees. Eliminating this requirement would simplify ownership and reduce ongoing costs for residents. Removing condo fees would make the acreage development more attractive to potential buyers. Why do these changes matter? These amendments are essential to the future of Ross Creek. The project has remained stalled for more than a decade because the cost of the infrastructure required under the current ASP far exceeds what the market can support. Despite having an approved area structure plan, Ross Creek has been unable to proceed because development is simply not economically viable under the existing requirements. Without these amendments, the project will likely remain undeveloped indefinitely. We are not seeking to lower standards. We are seeking to align the project with the current county policies, present day market realities, and practical rural development standards that are permitted within the Lamont County bylaws. Lamont County has been promoting itself as being open for business and supportive of growth. However, growth requires more than industrial investment. It also requires places for people to live. Ross Creek has the potential to provide nearly 50 new country residential lots within the county, creating housing opportunities for families, workers, retirees, and others who want to make their homes in this area. By supporting these amendments, council has an opportunity to unlock a development that has been stalled for more than 10 years, generating new residential assessment growth, strengthening the county's tax base, supporting local businesses, and demonstrating that Lamont County truly is prepared to adapt to current market realities while continuing to support responsible growth. Without these changes, those benefits will remain unrealized, and Ross Creek will likely remain undeveloped for the foreseeable future. Additional requests for consideration. While the following items are not essential to moving the project forward, we respectfully ask council to consider these items as part of any future review. We'd like to consider renaming the development. We'd like to explore removing the word estates from the project name. The term estates creates the impression that this development is exclusively targeted at high-end buyers. A more welcoming and inclusive name may better reflect the community we hope to create. One possible example is Ross Creek Ranch, which feels more open and welcoming with rural affiliation. However, we are open to other ideas and suggestions. We're not locked into anything at this point. Consider increasing the number of lots. If the wastewater treatment plant requirement is removed, the land previously allocated for that facility has potential to be used more efficiently. We'd like to explore increasing the number of lots from 49 to around 52, depending on what the land set aside for the septic handling facility would accommodate. New lot sizes would be equivalent to adjacent lots. Additional lots would improve overall project economics while maintaining the country residential character of the development. While the original design was limited by planning policies at the time, these may no longer apply under the current land use bylaw. Review the minimum home size requirements. We recognize that dwelling size requirements extend beyond the scope of the Ross Creek ASP. However, as part of future planning policy reviews, council may wish to consider whether greater flexibility in minimum dwelling sizes for country residential parcels would assist in addressing home affordability and expanding housing choices within the county. Many residents are seeking smaller, more affordable homes. Aligning the country residential requirements with recent changes made within the Ag District and the hamlets could encourage additional development. Allowing greater flexibility could help young families enter the housing market and allow seniors to downsize while remaining within the community. In closing, we recognize that the requested amendments represent a significant change to the approved ASP. However, we do believe these changes would better align with Ross Creek development, with the current county policies, market conditions, and housing needs, while still supporting responsible growth and investment within Lamont County. As council can appreciate, our family has invested considerable amount of time, effort, and financial resources into the development of the Ross Creek ASP. Before undertaking additional engineering, planning, and redesign work, we'd appreciate an indication of council's support for the general direction of these proposed amendments. Such guidance would help to ensure that future investments are aligned with the council's priorities and expectations. Our goal is to create a successful and sustainable residential community that is financially viable to develop and capable of delivering long-term benefits to Lamont County and the surrounding communities. Council originally approved Ross Creek with the expectation that it would become an exemplary residential development. More than 10 years later, the project remains stalled, not because of lack of interest or commitment, but because the infrastructure requirements imposed under the current ASP have made it economically unviable. We're asking council to support practical amendments that will allow Ross Creek to move from a plan on paper to development that could deliver housing, tax revenue, and long-term economic benefits for Lamont County. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your continued support. On the back page, you will see a drawing of what the current residential approved structure plan includes, just for your reference.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Oxel. Quick question for you on your diagram on the back here. Just because I don't understand, what is the northwest corner? What are those lots? Is that like a green space?
On the northwest, that's where the septic system and the sewer handling system is, the red area with the elongated.
Thanks. Okay, any questions for Mr. Oxel?
What size of lots are they?
They're 1.25 to 1.5 acre lots.
1.25, 1.5, okay.
And how much interest have you had at this point in selling some lots?
We've had a lot of people that really want to move, but, the reality is to put in the infrastructure that's needed where it currently is about $7 million. Which means that each lot would have to sell for $350,000 without a house. So it's prohibitive. We've talked to a number of developers over the last 10 years. And everyone has kind of said it's just not viable. There's no financial benefit. And when we first developed this, the counselors at that time felt that they wanted to have a very high-end executive acreage that was more like Allen Ridge Estates. And that's a nice dream, but the reality is we don't live right next door to the city. And that type of infrastructure and those costs just aren't sustainable in this county.
No, nobody can afford that. It's,
We were young, we were naive, and we went along with anything the county said. They said, "Well, do this." We said, "Okay." They said, "Do this." They said, "Okay." And, we kept going back and forth over the years. We've learned a lot. We've talked to a lot of developers. We've actually had interest from an international real estate marketing agency that was very interested in our development and marketing it to developers from Europe and other areas. But when they dug into the numbers, they said, no, for them, it's just financially not viable. So we'd like to take that, we've taken that to heart. Over the last 10 years, we've talked to multiple developers with the same results. And, it's really a dream of ours. We'd like to see this for the county. We'd like to see it, become something that is a benefit to the county and something that is viable.
and if the stipulations were gone, what do you figure that the lots, how much would they drop in price?
Probably in reality, we're thinking probably 150, 175, rather than 350,000. But it'd be up to a developer, like how much they would have to do the assessment on what it costs to put in the infrastructure now, but it'd be significantly less, maybe half. When we, 10 years ago, we did a whole financial pro forma, and it was about $7.5 million just to put in the infrastructure that was required.
Well, how do you address fire services in a situation like this? No water on site. How do you do that?
I suppose you deal with it like any other farm situation. You'd be depending on the volunteer firefighters. I don't know what else you do.
Well, I would think there would have to be a better plan than that. You're gonna have 50 residences sitting on 100 acres, right?
Yeah.
Like they don't just show up and.
We have that board on my place But they're 10 acre lots, so there's quite a bit more space in between, but. Yeah, we'd have to definitely figure out how to upgrade our fire maintenance plan.
So how many,
the water supply.
how many, parcels are there to order?
I think there's 21.
And they're all sold or occupied?
No, there's 4 that still don't have properties on.
And who looks after, the county looks after the road, no?
Yeah, all the roads are.
Yeah,
they can-
they're all
Well,
paved
they're all
there too.
Well, they're blacktop.
Yeah.
They call it.
It's trying to see the actual.
Yeah.
Individual sewage systems?
And water. Yeah, every one of them is either a cistern or a well.
You know, something like this, I don't think we can get away from paved roads, because what do you do with all that dust before you know it, somebody's. If they're 1 acre lots, they're not very big, right? You have all that road that's in gravel, like. I think that would be an issue.
I mean, you might be able to just. Calcium or whatever, I know a lot of people don't like that calcium, but I mean, it's something like a dust suppressant, I mean, but. Yeah, and that's something we'd have to. Bring it forward and we'll talk to our development and see what we can do as public works, but we'd have to change up to make sure we can make this happen.
We've possibly suggested that, and the development report.
Mhm.
Street area, start with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, cause I know we have a little bit of an issue with the water drainage there anyway, we're doing some work there again. I think you've seen guys around there.
Yeah, and we're willing to readjust the development, add some wider ditches and, maybe look at putting some drainage across. And doing some minor redesigns, because we know it is an issue, the water comes down that hill
Yeah.
from the whole county, basically, and ends up flooding the border, so we'd like to deal with that with water retention ponds and some wider ditches, and in the end, we'd like to work with you and make something.
Your recreation area might be a dugout for fishing.
Yeah,
Okay, right now, it's quite a bit of that is flooding, right?
it is 90% of it is flooding, and it tends to flood about 2/3 of our border when we have real heavy rains.
Okay, any other questions? Delegation? Thank you guys very much for bringing this forward. We will. Get our. Planning and development to come with a report so that we can. Figure out what it's gonna cost the county and make sure we can see if we can make this happen for us.
Thank you very much, we appreciate your time, and if you have any questions, feel free to reach out.
You bet. Thank you very much. Great, so 6 o'clock, you want to make a motion?
Sure, Lamont County Council accept a delegation from Rosemary and Lamont Axel as information and direct administration to bring back a report on the Ross Creek area structure plan.
Great. Any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Good. Good. Moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Hey, you guys.
All right, so we have bylaws. We don't have any bylaws to go through today. They are up to date. Unfinished business, follow-up action, report.
Yes, we're going to I can see that on our front page of this report, but also the agenda package. But there is usually not much on there. If you have a look on page 22 to page 31, you can see our follow-up action item report. Some things have changed. There's a lot of gray areas of on gray fields that we have completed items, and there are some ongoing items that are still going on. If you have any questions, please let me know. To answer them.
One I was gonna ask was number 17 for Darby. Bridges.
Yep, that certainly was awarded, contract and signed, contractor was mobilizing last week.
Okay.
They did mobilize to the carryover project on 172 north of Township of 542 a week and a half ago. They've been working on that off and on through the ratings just to finish surface and gravel it. And it was inspected last week.
And I imagine a lot of this, so we can explain to you, a lot of this work is kind of weather dependent, and obviously you can see how that's going for us. If anybody's got hay or crops or anything.
And in conjunction with that, number one, the contract drainage projects, those have been awarded contractors that. Contractor. B has mobilized to site. Contractor C, they've picked up the materials, but they're waiting for dry material to get started on the first site. Hopefully later this week.
So we only have 8 sites that we need contract services.
We started with 7 sites. 1 site was split into 2, and we added 1 additional addition to contractor C site. And we will be adding more. We didn't want to overload them with everything with what we've had this year. We do have additional money in the budget to do more work with them, and we're going to pricing with them on those as they start looking.
Yeah, because I noticed we have later on in here, we have to go through the drainage budget. That's what I thought maybe if we need to have them help us out so we can keep the pace and keep up and keep going. My opinion is let's bring them in.
Yeah, keep moving, right?
Yeah.
One of these days we'll get nice weather.
You just jinxed us now.
No, it's coming. Like I hear December is really gonna be, we won't be sinking into nothing.
Yeah. All right, any questions or concerns with the action report?
Yeah, number 11, the decals on the doors, are we making all of that?
I believe all but a couple were done. We've got. I did notice there's 1 ESP truck in the yard that hasn't been deckled. But as they come into the shop, we're throwing them on. I only know of the 1 for sure that hasn't been done. Everything else should have had the decals put on the doors.
We were doing the gravel trucks, do we?
The gravel trucks, they all most had them on the doors. There's a couple that had to be done as well. And they were being done on when they were shut down.
Yeah, I've been noticing, you can really see that logo on there now, so.
Well, at least people know who's driving around.
Yeah, especially the pickups off the windows and onto the doors, that was top notch, you can see that right place, so.
Perfect, anymore?
Yeah, the Heartland pump there, I don't see you here, but how are we making out with that pump?
I don't have an update for you on that this morning. I think the last it was supposed to be coming into July. We had some issues with our water plants and power lines, so they were focusing on trying to get that stuff going. I can find it here today and let you know where.
Yeah, thanks.
Anybody else? Nope. Okay. We're gonna make a motion to accept the commission, please.
I move that the Lamont County Council accept the follow-up action item report for August 11th, 2026 as information.
Questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Lamont County Apparel Program.
Yes, we would also, as you recall, we had talked about possibly reviving an apparel program or a one-time apparel allowance, at the June 9th, regular council meeting. And after the meeting, administration, set up a survey for Lamont County employees. Firefighters, that was a question that we had at the June 9th meeting. Firefighters were not included in the survey as they received their own firefighting apparel that is branded with Lamont County logo. And after we sent the survey out, we received 46 responses from employees. And 98% would like a Lamont County branded t-shirt. We figured out we need 12 different sizes for that. And 90% would like a Lamont County branded soft shell jackets. Those were our examples, so we have a feeling for what people would like to wear. 79% of employees would also like the option of additionally purchasing an apparel item. To include our employees that were unable to respond to the survey, possibly because they didn't have internet at their workplace or they were not able to access a computer. We calculated 61 employees and included 6 special sizes. When you go the size up, costs additionally $10 extra per shirt or jacket. So there are different options for shirts and jackets. Proponent, if you see at page 34 and following, there are different options that we looked at from different suppliers. And proponent A is on 34, for example, had a better selection of sizes and a better quality product we found. Silk screens as opposed to embroidered. It lasts longer than silk screens usually. Overall prices were pretty similar. And we calculated that if everyone would just get a t-shirt or a polo shirt, we found polo shirts look a little bit more professional in our work, responding to residents. The price would be about $3,000. If everyone just get a jacket, the price would be about $7,000. And we overall would recommend for council to consider this and maybe bring it back to our upcoming budget session, so we may be able to include that into our budget for next. Unless council wants this to be done by the way, and then this money requested for this would have to come out of the accumulated surplus.
Okay, concern?
What's the maximum per person that we're talking about?
We consider an overall budget for everybody for about $10,000.
That's for how many?
For about 61 employees, is that correct?
So that's
For then calculated this all together.
61.
61 employees.
Oh,
Including
you're doing the math right now?
including 6 special sizes, and when you have the larger sizes, we have an additional $10 per size.
$163.
Yeah.
I thought we had, before we had $100.
Yeah, and of course you could do that too.
And they can up it.
This is
Yeah, and
our
then they
suggestion.
wanted jackets or shirts, they
Okay,
can
that's
throw in
that's
the
the
extra.
extra.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 Honestly, $100 a person, that puts us at, you know, almost a 7 grand. mark.
$100.
Yeah, 100. Okay, so if we go that route, we just set it up so that if anything over and above the $100, they pay out of their own.
Mhm.
Yeah, we pay $100 with the county.
This way we can just get it off the docket here.
Yeah.
Over it.
Yeah, so that would be a t-shirt for everybody or a polo shirt.
Or they can up, throw the $40 extra and have a jacket, whatever it is. right?
Yeah. As you saw, like 79% would also be open to purchasing an item, so.
Yeah.
That
They can,
would be.
purchase whatever
They can
want,
have
yeah.
extra, they can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
We're willing to.
For an hour for that, like it's a.
I would do for now.
Yeah, I think we just get started on it. Let's get this apparel on them.
What do we do for public works? Do we get work boots and coveralls, or what's the plan there?
So work boots are reimbursed
Yeah.
to $150 every year, 2 years.
I think I'm still learning.
200.
Yeah.
And we provide safety vests if they want something more from what we provide. They can purchase that. We provide hip waders, chest waders if they need that.
Yeah,
kind of work.
Safety apparel.
Well, 4 years ago, we had some money in the budget. We had purchased, I think it was up to $200 for each employee winter wear. Each full employee at that time. And we have provided a couple of winter coats for the shop for their working with the weather working inside the road. But the only thing we reimburse is the safety boots, up to $200.
So cover all together on their own.
The mechanics we provide coveralls for, the other operators, they have to provide.
Spare.
So do we want? You wanna make it a cap of $100 or $120 for Lamont County? Contribute and then whatever and above they pay for their own?
$100 and let them pay whatever. right?
Yeah, they can decide what they
Yeah,
want.
to the jacket or whatever.
Yeah,
I think $100 is fair.
Yeah.
Get the program started.
yeah.
Or not? We will,
Per person, I would think,
yeah,
I should write in
per
there.
employee. Yeah.
Otherwise, we put $100 for everybody and they pick up the rest. Yeah,
Thank you, Ken.
we put her 1%.
Does that work for everybody? $100 per employee?
That works for me.
Yeah.
Sorry, I need a different resolution. Direct administration to,
Provide.
what would you like for your, because we need to accumulate surplus in there as well.
Well, we need a budget line.
Yeah.
To come.
What it is.
Yeah, we'd have to say which budget line. I would say, direct administration to. Or the Lamont County Council approves, the over budget expenditure. Or. And then gets removed direct administration.
Remove this.
Yeah.
Direct administration, yes,
And remove administration as well.
administration. Of $100 per employee.
Yeah, I'll keep you to that, yeah.
Yes.
Yep,
Yeah.
and I would say to come from the,
Right. At the end, after apparel. After apparel.
Yep.
To come
to
from,
come from the. Promotions budget from the office of the CAO.
if council wishes, it can.
Yeah.
Oh, I know you're got. We had to cut the program out. And then there was a rebate from WCD. And administration on their own decided to just buy clothing for all employees.
Everybody got a hoodie. A hoodie that said Long County's safety org or whatever.
But make it clear it's council approved or not.
Council is also a promotional budget
Yeah, I think we have a
could
budget
include that.
of our own.
into the,
If you get
Into
two
resolution.
shirts in a year or
We
something.
make it clear.
Yeah.
It's employees only, say council employees.
Technically, council or
We
employee.
are employees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all employees.
technically. Not really what the NGA went.
Yeah, until it's twisted around, right?
So if you would like us to include that in the paper, you make sure that we will brand some promotional items for you. Put you on the list if you want to choose. And include that in the council.
Okay. We'll just stick with this for right now.
Yeah, we can do this. This is
Okay,
fine.
somebody want to make a motion?
Yeah.
The Lamont County Council approved the over budget expenditures of $100 per employee for Lamont County branded apparel to come from promotions budget from the office of the CAO.
All right, questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carry. Carry right now.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, moving on, new business. Appointment of auditor for 2026 request for proposals.
If council recalls, we had, an RFP, seeking, auditors, submissions. And Mr. Boyko is here to, go more into details on that RFP.
Morning, Mr. Reed, members of council. So yes, as Christiane had stated, the council had discussed the appointment of external auditors here a couple months ago, and direction was to bring this forward following the audit. So over the summer period, an RFP was issued, so it was issued May 1st, was advertised in the local paper, on our website, as well as on the River Purchasing Connection. So it was open for approximately 2 months there, closed on July 3rd. And we received 2 submitted proposals within that required time frame. Administration developed a committee consisting of the CAO, the CFO, and the general accountant, which reviewed and detailed both submissions. The proposals were rated using the following criteria. Mandatory elements were 10%, technical quality 40%, price 40%, value-added services 10%, and if needed a presentation, there was no value on that. So we did receive, like I said, received 2 firms. We were fairly unanimous in our ranking of the proposals. You'll see on page 40 the percentages that were assigned to each of that. There is the 2026 budget does have a budget of 32,000 for auditing and accounting services. And last year, the year-end cost came to 31,000. Administration does recommend at this point discussing this further in closed session. As the auditor does work directly for council, I'd like to be able to share the company names and the rankings and why they were ranked that way. So,
Thank you, Buster. So can somebody, do you know what section we would be going this? Is third party,
third party.
This is the 19th, yes.
section 19. Somebody want to make a motion, go into section 19 closed session?
Sure, let's see. Lamont County Council moved the August 11th, 2026 regular council meeting into a closed meeting at 9:44 a.m. The following item, the appointment of the auditor for 2026 requests for proposals and ATIA section 9.
All right, all in favor?
Please.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Now your patience. Discussing names and costs, so. Without infringing on the company's privacy, we're going to close session and we have the motion. Somebody want to make this motion as was presented?
Lamont County Council enter into an agreement with for Coleman A for financial auditing services for a 3-year term, commencing with the audit of the 2026 year end.
All right, questions or concerns? All in favor? Yeah. Okay. And we know that we will be staying with the matrix group, the metrics group, for another 3 years. Yeah. All right. 30. Go on up and tell us about 9.2, order native editors.
Morning, council.
Go ahead.
So as we have in, the last number of years, the county's been issuing a tender, for the procurement of, graders for the following budget cycle. Our fleet is comprised of, now 12 graders, 8 are patrol graders, 2 are utilized by, primarily construction in the summer and snow removal in the winter, and then we do those 2 spares. The county's purchasing program on graders is now a 7-year, 10,000-hour warranty. The majority of our graders do fall under warranty, but we do have a couple that are out of warranty. And trying to push that program so that all the graders we're running are in warranty. We have been procuring graders, issuing tenders to procure graders ahead of time so we can get them as early in the new year as possible. So this morning I'm asking council to authorize us to issue a tender for the supply of 2 all-wheel drive motor graders. This would be a 2027 budget, as included within the county's purchasing policy. The tender results would come back to council for approval.
All right, any questions for Mr. Darby? We know we need graders, we know we need pricing, so I can't see if we can look at them up to tender. Anybody else have any comments? No, take care enough. Okay. Yeah. So if somebody want to make a motion for 9.2.
I move that Lamont County Council direct administration to issue a tender for the supply of 2 all-wheel drive motor graders.
All right, questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carries. Might as well stay up there, Darby, we gotta talk about the drainage.
Regional Council, as part of the plan 2026 drainage program, County Council authorized transfer of $285,000 from the drainage operating budget to capital projects contracted drainage program. And Mr. Heath is here to go more into details on this.
So this item has been in front of council a couple of times this year. Back in January 2026. County directed administration to transfer $185,000 from salaries and wages and $100,000 from materials, goods and supplies to the public works operating budget to the contracted drainage program. This allowed us to increase the amount of contracted work we did, reducing to 1 internal crew. In review of that motion council made the subsequent motion on May 26th. The Lamont County Council approved the transfer from the 2026 budget operating surplus of $285,000 to capital project PW 2026-10 and amend the 2026 budget. So in review of those 2 motions, we identified that the original motion made in January did not fully reflect the discussion council had in closed session on January 13th. As discussed with council, we had identified $285,000 in budget that would be unspent if not staffing a second drainage crew. So the $185,000 was identified to come from seasonal labor wages and benefits, $50,000 savings in culvert materials and $50,000 savings in other materials, gravel, geotextile, clay, riprap. So in order to actively reflect council's intent with resolution 2026-46 and to ensure the financial reporting is accurate, we will be transferring the appropriate funds from the operating budget to capital project drainage contracted drainage program PW 2026-10 as shown above. So all that being said, nothing's changing with the program, it's just where the money's coming in the budget. So that when council reviews our actual, our financial statements, we're not showing a variance in our materials, and our culverts, cover materials will be accurate.
Yes.
Okay, any questions or concerns for whatever? Nope. Do you want to make the motion to make the adjustment?
That Lamont County Council accept the report on the drainage program budget adjustments as information.
All right, any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, very. It's a question on drainage, and culvert, projects. This is on 161. Between 580 and 582. This is what I didn't call with there. I talked to Mr. Michigan yesterday, and he's designing that culvert. And it's sending water on the other side of the road. I have notified all the landowners on both sides that we should have a meeting. We're not replacing the culvert, we're adding the culvert. And this is supposedly gonna be a tendered project, so I would like to have that before we finish the design or award the tender for that. So I will try and coordinate, have the meeting. I think the work would be done after harvest, so any time, not all between mid-August to end of September, have a meeting and decide where that culvert goes.
Yeah.
I don't think the county should make that decision without input from all the 5 people there, so.
Yeah, we have had some issues over the last few years where we're putting in new culverts where there wasn't one existing, and there is, possible detrimental effects to the adjacent landowners, so.
Yeah.
Trying to find the most appropriate location. That, there's some places where, some locations where there's no other feasible location, but definitely.
Yeah, so.
It's meeting with the landowners, so everyone
So
does.
just a heads up, and if you could, Kenneth could provide for our master drainage plan, how the water flows there for both sides of the road.
Yep.
And, yeah, I just want everybody to have their input on that.
Yeah, before it's in, man.
Yeah, because if it's a tendered project, it's just, it's not gonna make it up.
Yeah, it won't go good for the contractor. Okay. Sorry about that, I'm just getting sure I have a little my book. All right. Line 4, attendance for the Alberta Rural Connectivity Forum in Red Deer.
Commissioner Council, this item was brought forward by an invitation of the Alberta Rural Connectivity Forum. They invited municipal leaders and industry experts and community builders to join September 17 to 18 in Red Deer. And hear about development and workforce retention. Practical applications of technology, data and digital tools, as well as AI and upcoming development in the area. I sent this around to council, and we were interested in participating, as this is not part of our attendance conference policy. I brought this, or Ms. Hill brought this forward to have your council's approval that council can attend this forum.
Okay.
The approximate costs are mentioned here. Registration fee is $200, and then there's hotel costs, as it starts early in the morning.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit of a drive there.
Okay, okay.
Was anybody interested in going to this?
I'll put my name in.
That's the one in Red Deer, right? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I've
It is.
already.
Yeah.
I've already set up for it too.
Are you interested in going to this one here, September 17th and 18th in Red Deer?
No.
So I think the four of us are the ones that decided, yeah, we sent that in.
What? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
If I could have a resolution from you that you accept this.
For the One County Council approved council attendance at the 2026 Alberta Rural Connectivity Forum for September 17th and 18th, 2026.
Perfect. Any questions, concerns? All in favor?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, council.
Okay, so this one might take a little while. Do we want to do a quick break?
Yeah.
Okay, so we take a quick recess, say 10 minutes, we'll be back at, or 8 minutes, we'll be back at 10:20.
Thank you.
And it's been about 6 weeks and it's dead on, you can't believe it.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're on 9.5. We're gonna talk about the ag disaster and state of local emergency. We have some adjacent counties that have gone to this with recent development for weather. We have our ag fieldman in here and he's gonna read us off some information and enlighten us on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was asked you to attend. I guess council has a couple of questions pertaining to some of the municipalities that have declared an agriculture disaster. Currently, right now, the ones that I'm familiar with is Beaver County, Milky County, Thornhill County, Westfall County,
Sturgeon County lands on
and
Saturday.
Sturgeon County just declared. So and as you're aware, a couple weeks ago, Ms. Benoit has sent out a document on behalf of RMA. It's the guide for declaring a municipal agriculture disaster. There is conditions that are in there that that before council makes the decision, you gotta make sure it's like a checklist. The very first thing that RMA has said in this document is municipal declaration do not automatically trigger access to increased funding programs, either provincially or federally. So there is some of the things that do take into consideration is was there any past drought or excessive moisture impacting egg production in the previous years? This was all based from the 2015 drought, which resulted in provincial declaration and municipal declaration by many municipalities. From that point on, they also had a steering committee, which is the Drought and Excessive Moisture Advisory Group. And this is a group that consists of provincial bodies, individuals such as myself, but I don't sit on the committee, from the Association of Alberta Agriculture Fieldmen. And they go through the details on, is this a so-called one-off, or is this a regional or multi-regional effect that could happen? And then that decision is being brought back to the province. There is consideration that you have to put into place for both provincial and federal. So the role that provincial has is they hear all the requirements and the recommendations through AFSC. AFSC is their so-called provincial crown corporation, and they're the ones that are monitoring everything from the farmers, from agribusinesses, other small businesses for loans, crop insurance, farm income disaster assistance. So until those records, and the municipality needs to take that into consideration, is how many claims is there, how much lost acres is there, unseeded acres, that all needs to be taken into consideration. I can't speak on behalf of what the other municipalities have done, but I can say that unless council has that information, I haven't been asked to collect that through AFSC yet.
Okay, any questions you guys want to bring up or concerns about it?
St. Paul and Bonnyville, they declared disaster or not?
To my understanding, and I'll be seeing my those colleagues on Thursday, but as of right now, I don't believe Bonnyville has, right? I don't know.
Yeah, that's.
For the calls I'm getting is people thought if we go into that state of emergency that county would move up to get the adjusters out quicker, but I don't think that's the case. It's
Well, AFSC has an overflood of inquiries coming in right now. Everything from unseeded acres to to hail. Because there's some pockets that had abundance amount of hail, and I believe some of the crops are being worked under, but I think some of it is from, there wasn't much crop there, and then when the hailstorms did come through, there's non-salvageable.
Yeah, so some of the concerns that I had brought forward is, crops aren't worth anything right now, is what they feel like their yields are way low. But there's no, what people are saying is they won't be able to get into the crops when they come. So is there gonna be later on, if we were to declare later on, would it still be beneficial for them if they can't get to their crops? You know what I mean?
Well, I think one of the things council needs to consider is, the answer is yes. It doesn't mean that you have to declare a agricultural disaster right at this point. My personal opinion is you may be more beneficial to have more data when you're able to take some of the crops off, that you actually have hard facts. Because we've seen this in the past where on the other spectrum where it was dry. And then all of a sudden when harvestability took place, there was not bumper crops, but there was above average crops. I believe that when producers will be able to get in, it might not be where it's the typical harvest period, but when they get in, they might be surprised with what they are able to salvage. The higher ground, based on what I'm seeing, is looking quite promising. And that's also on the forage side. Trying to get in and take the forage off for the livestock is definitely a challenge right now as well.
Is there any, recourse if something was to happen where we went into it to find out actually our crops are, people are yielding more than they expect? Would there be, if we declared sole and then to find out that actually we're not that bad, like what, is there any, something that we would be held on line for, or that people would be?
I don't know. I just make, from the municipality's point of view, I would highly recommend you have the proper data, because at the end of the day, you want to make a professional decision. Because you don't want to cry wolf and find out that you really didn't have a problem, right?
Yeah. Right, so, and I see that they have this form here, that's our condition statement tool. That would be for, would producers be filling that out, or is that just the county form here that shows us like our cereal crops, or oil seeds, or 8 pastures, natives? And it gives you a percentage, or it gives you what caused, if it's floods or pests or hail or excessive moisture.
Well, that, it depends how if hypothetically, if the province does determine that there is a program that needs to take place. They have their own format that needs to be done. They very well may come back and say, okay, you've had a concern, or you have a claim that you're gonna put forward. You need to go out and you need to tell me how many acres did you initially seed, or how many acres of forage were you supposed to harvest, and how much did you actually harvest? And then that will determine what your payout is. It was along the same guidelines, if you recall, a couple of years ago. The province had a program for drought assistance. So if you had to have any cross fencing that you had to do, or you had to buy panels, or you had to have a handling facility, or you put hot lines, that stuff was all eligible. But you had to show that you purchased the hot line, you bought electric fence, you bought panels, you did the initiative to put forward. And then when the form was submitted, you put that as an eligible expense, and then they they reimburse you. The one thing I can say, and I'll talk on behalf of the province, both provincial and the federal. They are definitely not about ad hoc programs. That is why they have programs such as Agri-Stability, Agri-Invest. They have really enhanced the crop insurance program, the moisture deficiency program, and they've also had some of their loan programs through AFSC tailored to meet the needs of disaster assistance and young farmers loans. So ever since 2015, the ministry has definitely heard the concerns. They have made a strong attempt on moving forward. And if you recall, our previous minister of agriculture has said, and I'm pretty sure our new current one is standing behind his same statement that we are there to support the producers.
Okay. So at this point in time, I'm gonna guess we're not going into state of emergency. We need more information to be able to make sure that we.
Doing it now or doing it a month from now isn't gonna change anything anyway.
I don't believe it is. I don't believe it is. With regards to Seoul, you may have a better understanding on what's all,
Yeah,
what
that
the
is,
criteria is for Seoul.
if we require emergency assistance, I don't believe that we're doing that at this point. It would be more declaring an agricultural disaster at this point, whereas mostly, communities declare an agricultural disaster when the crop is 50% poorer than previous years or more. However, that could be regional area, could be different in separate areas. It doesn't have to be the entire county.
Okay. Okay. All right, any other comments or questions? All right, we know that we won't be going into it right yet, but we will definitely, it'll be on our, just keep an eye out. Yeah, it'll be on our radar to keep watching to see, the amount of moisture. We had again another. We've been getting rain every night. It's just, there's so many people. I was thinking about this on the weekend, is I just sure hope everybody's supporting the ag no. Cause there's gonna be a lot of mental health issues, I think, this year with people just not. Even anxiety just through the roof for people.
I can tell by the phone calls I'm getting from a month ago to now the same person.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a good state right now, so.
Yeah, all the data is compiled through AFSC. There is reports that their inspectors are doing along with municipal inspectors as well. So that data is only as good as data that's being submitted. You can, like some of the municipalities have declared, but going back to your statement, I think the more data you have that council's going to get will allow you to make a much stronger case, either in favor of the disaster or to not declare, right?
Do we have the ability to have AFSC's information? Can we
for
get
the county.
just for us?
I'll have it for tomorrow's meeting.
I was gonna say for tomorrow's
There's,
meeting, or can we do like an update every council meeting, every 2 weeks? At least we know that there's something progressing or not progressing with
Yeah.
DC.
I think that would be nice.
Yes,
They got
yes.
county seat, they'll have a county seat to report how much claims and stuff, and I got the information, I was supposed to pick it up if I got delayed.
Yeah.
For 2025 and 2026, so we can compare, we'll have it tomorrow.
Perfect.
Yeah.
It's no different than through the Agriculture Service Board. You get your monthly moisture maps.
Yeah.
You can get those same maps for through FSC as well.
Okay.
Yeah, they said Alberta wide is 400,000, over 400,000 claims. So it'll be, they'll be probably 7, 8 months behind.
Yeah, it's not that they don't know it's gonna happen.
So they know, and they're trying to get help, and then you need experience and.
Yeah.
Totally, everybody got caught totally off guard.
So Mr. Eddie, would you encourage all farmers to report their data to AFSC?
Well, they have, because you had till June 25th to, or sorry, you had 10 days after you finished seeding. To declare what you had. You, same thing, when you're done harvesting your forages, you have 10 to 14 days to give that information. That data is not gonna become available till closer to fall time.
Yeah.
So realistically, at the end of this season, so December, you're gonna have a strong understanding on what's actually happening in the.
Right now, they released the seeded acres and how much was not seeded. So if you had 3,000 acres, you didn't seed 200.
But your production's not gonna be
No,
known till
that'll
later.
be, done, you won't have that till just about the new year.
Correct.
Yeah, but, the report I'll be bringing in tomorrow has got the seeded acres and what wasn't seeded and claimed as unseeded acres, so.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or concerns? If not, we have a motion, Eric, can we read the motion?
That Lamont County Council accept the discussion on agriculture disaster process as information.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Yep.
Carried.
Thank you.
All right, 9.6 Carroll Creek. Mr. Williams.
We got, the Scarrow Lake is backing up, we got a lot of water flowing into there and still flowing in. We got residents that are paying taxes for over 100, had families for over 100 years. Around the lake, the farmland and stuff, and we got, downstream from the lake that goes from Scarrow Lake to Pennell Lake, we have a person put in a crossing to get a few horses on about 10 acres or 12 acres behind the creek. The culvert's too small, it's, I don't think it's even flowing, it's plugged. We got two 1200s, I think it's 1200s crossing the north-south road. It goes through a quarter land and hits her place, and we got drone pictures and stuff. It's backed up, it's flooding. We got one guy that's in his 90s, his son-in-law is 72 years old, going daily, twice a day, vacuuming water out of the basement and stuff. It was reported to, we'll get our drainage foreman here to explain, but it was reported to the environment and see what we can do here. I do have other creeks that have 1200s crossing the road, and then the guy put up 600 in to get 20 acres.
Of course.
We gotta come up with some kind, I got creeks through, probably 90% of the land they go, and I make sure that our crossings have double the size culverts and stuff, so we're not holding up people. Maybe you can just fill us in what's going on with that, and what do you think we can do?
Currently at the time, there's not much we can do about the landowner crossing as it is on private lands. That is why we've gotten Alberta Environment involved. They do take, unfortunately, some time to conduct their investigations and come up with a remediation. Also downstream, we're currently looking at a number of beaver dams in some crown land that our ASB department is currently working with Alberta Lands to get access into to remove.
Is there anything in the Bed and Shore Act that says we can go in along and remove? Even if they put it in, I understand it's their private property, it's long, I don't know if this would have to be just registered waterways or not.
Just registered waterways we can. With this being an unregistered one, it is really on Alberta Environment, it's provincial responsibility.
But this has been going on for 5 to 6 weeks already. And these guys going twice a day, they're driving out there to pump to vacuum water in the basement and checking sumps. He's got 3 sump pumps going, and they don't last like they used to, so it is.
What's the landowner saying? Are they just saying, no, I wanna keep that? Correct, yes. What if we tell them, hey, we'll put in a bigger culvert for you? That is potentially an option. We would, as it is still on private land and provincial waterway, that would require an Alberta environment approval to go put a bigger line, bigger culvert in.
But I think we put a mix of those 600 in there, and they're 1200 going across the road, like,
Yeah.
they gotta put it in there. Now,
Well, no, I seen your picture.
now his land is flooding and, he knew better to.
Well, you can see it's all funneled into the.
Yeah, and it's going around the roadway they built, and in the meantime, we got lots of land that's flooded pastures, and the worst part is these, people that own the land around the lake are,
The ones affected by.
well, they're in their eighties and nineties year old, and they're pumping water every day, like,
Suck water, yeah.
maybe this lady, her house is on a hill, maybe if she got water in the basement, she'd know what's going on and get something done, right? It's disgraceful, actually, to tell you the truth.
And there's no way to kind of try to get around, even with Alberta environment, there's no way to try to. get them to expedite, so.
I've phoned them a few times to see if I can get any information. I haven't really gotten anything about it, so I can contact a different division and see if they'll give us approval to go in. But that would all, we wouldn't have landowner permission at the same time unless it is to do, she would be more open to a bigger pipe in the crossing, something like that, but she is against removing the crossing or so at this time.
But it's blocking a creek, we gotta come up with some kind of bylaw or something, because, I got about 5 creeks in my division that are, guys putting a little thing in it, it's, this year it's exceptional, and it's flooding. We got one that's flooded 200 acres, it's barely trickling through it, like, it's unreal.
The concern with trying to pass a bylaw in this specific instance, it is an unregistered waterway. Provincial acts supersede local bylaws.
Well, the thing of going on is there's 1200 through the road, and they put in the 600. And I got on, another road, I'm not gonna mention it right now, because. And the same thing, there's 1200s and it goes through 600. The last couple of years it washed away, which is good, right? Cause it's soft, and every year it washes it away, like, put bigger culverts and your road won't disappear.
Well, that's the thing, you wanted to cross and why did you go with such a small culvert, right?
Yeah.
Well, and that's one of the things that I don't think people realize, that it puts a lot of pressure on not just us as council, but every council in every division is. We get superseded by provincial regulations that say you can't touch anything and it's their private land, and you try to help make sure everybody's got some kind of recourse where it's, alleviated the issue, but.
The sad thing is, these guys have been ratepayers for over 100 families.
Yeah.
And now the guys, the second generation that owns the land is in their 80s and 90s, and they're pumping water every day, like it, I know our place power went out for an hour and 10 minutes, I got water today, so we got 4 sump pumps, and they got the same thing without the power going out. Like it's, for, to get the horses to 10 acres of land for 4 horses, it's just unbelievable. No, I just wanted to see what we can do to speed things up, because it's, the people have had enough of them, but they had enough 6 weeks ago.
No, and I understand that.
So you're gonna be on the phone as soon as we're out of here, kind of thing, and see if we can get something expedited or figure out a way to see if we can alleviate this. If the provincial government can. I mean, if we keep calling them, sooner or later, they're just gonna say, yeah, let's go do something, or it could go the other way and they just say, forget it, don't answer the phone anymore. But still, at least we're doing our due diligence to. We're trying. Okay, somebody wanna make a motion, we'll take that one as information.
Yeah, Lamont County accept the decision on Scarrow Creek as information. Thanks, Kim.
All right, all in favor? Carried. Moving on to. Committee of the whole. And we need somebody move us into a committee of the whole.
Sure. Lamont County Council moved the August 11th, 2026 regular council meeting into committee of the whole at 10:48 a.m.
All right. So 10.1, we. Have an update for the grant from the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association.
Yes, Regional Council, this is just a very brief update because we really don't have any changes to report. On the May 26th, regular council meeting, WSP presented to council, an update on the project, on the intake water project. And, we deliberated about risk, delivery option and grant implication. This brought us to require more information if the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association grant could be somehow be worded differently. And the grant agreement itself allowed for construction of an intake starting in 2025 or 2026. Has stipulated a signed offtake agreement by 2029. Council requested administration to clarify if there was any flexibility within the grant agreement. And we have contacted the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association and heard that the government of Alberta may request Lamont County to repay grant funds if the intake is constructed but no offtake agreement has been signed by 2029. So there's no change to the current agreement. This is still standing, and as discussed in the May 26th workshop and regular council meeting. The workshop was on June 9th. There is a high financial risk for county to build the intake without a secured offtake agreement. With a very high financial risk to plan a water conveyance a pipeline without knowing where the potential pipeline should go and where the offtaker may be located.
I thought grant was for a water pump station and the Strong River. Nothing to do with pipelines and stuff, so we don't, with a pipeline, we don't even know which end of the heartland we gotta aim for with pipelines and stuff, so. And I don't think if we don't start on it, on the intake, I don't think we're gonna have anybody coming. I think you gotta start the intake to get people to start coming.
So, yeah, this is the risk. This is exactly the risk that we are facing. We can't build the intake without having an off-taker at this time. But the risk is that we have to pay funds back if we don't have.
But we can, with the funds we got,
We can start construction.
yeah.
So I had a discussion with,
Mr. Clement.
no, Mr. Dumont,
David, huh?
David.
David Hall.
I was thinking claims at the top. David, if I could make a suggestion, I'd like to get him to come in to our next council meeting, do a presentation on this. Some of the discussion I've had with him is that the government granted us the money, they want us to build the intake to start off. This is just my perception of our discussion. And then it can be, there's an allowances, it doesn't have to be by 2029, it can be if they see progress is coming, and they know there's potential for the people, the proponents to come in, they can make exceptions. He can explain a lot more, he lives it, this is his job, this is his livelihood, this is what he does. If I can make a suggestion that we invite him to come and do a presentation here for us for the next council meeting, I think that would benefit us knowing the difference between the intake and the system. Cause that's what we keep hearing is the system, which is a complete line and everything all the way through.
Yeah.
Theirs is for the intake to start, so. With my discussions with him, he said. He feels the government wants us to start it, even if it is to be built and then on hold until. Proponents come in, they'd like to see that progress happen sooner than later, so. But I would like him to come in and explain that to the rest of council and everybody and administration himself.
Yeah.
So if we could do that, that would be the way I would say we would progress from here.
my opinion, it's two different things. Pipeline after is different than water intake.
It is, that's what it
Get
is.
it all done and we don't even know which way, if it's going to the southeast side of the county, we can go a township road over to 200, there's only one resident.
Yeah.
It's way cheaper to get a pipeline, you get line easements and stuff, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we need the water closer to 831, right?
So,
So,
and like he had mentioned is, that even if we build it and have to mothball it for a little while, we'd have some expense, some costs that pertain to security and obviously somebody come in there, but it's there for as soon as somebody comes in. So and that's where they don't want us to get behind the 8 ball where all of a sudden industry can build faster than what we can have it built and they need it. So,
Well, we were trying to get something in writing that we can do that, and
Yeah.
we could, that's just what this report
Yeah.
is about.
so I think,
We've had the same conversations, and he said that in person.
Yeah.
Our request was, would you put that in writing? The answer was no.
Oh.
It's, that's what.
It's all great to say, but.
And so I think that's an excellent idea to have him come and be on
Yeah.
public record,
yeah.
as opposed to our private
conversation.
conversations.
Yeah.
Because that is the concern from legal counsel was that they're saying that, but are they willing to back that? And the answer when we sent the email was no, they're not willing to back it. But, you know, maybe in that public setting they would be, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I will make that the next one. Find out if we can get Mr. House speak here.
Sounds nice. Yeah, presentation.
Any other questions? Concerns?
No, not from me. No.
Okay, so we will take the update as information. If somebody wants to make that motion, please.
Or Lamont County Committee of the Whole accept the update on grant agreement with the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association as information.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. So we're gonna return, that was that's all we had for committee of the whole.
Yeah.
So if we want somebody to bring us back to a regular council meeting here now, that'd be great, please.
I note that the Lamont County Committee of the Whole returned to the August 11th, 2026 regular council meeting at 10:56 a.m.
All right, all in favor? Great. All right, director's reports. Mr. Rodney, for the CFO.
All right, Mr. Reed. So yes, so page 55 of the package is the bi-monthly update. This is a little bit more than bi-monthly with all the activities that have happened. So just to kind of, I'll hit some of the highlights in here. Goal number 1, we're continuing work with Process Waterline and coordination with Mr. Olson for economic development. Public engagement survey is ongoing and we'll be getting those results here, I believe, at the next meeting. Business case for 2027 budgets are underway. One of them is roadside signs that was developed and forwarded to the CAO. Additionally, as council is aware, there's a change in staffing and communications. So we were able to increase the hours for our consultant to perform that communications work until the new communications person is hired. And you'll notice that there's been a significant change in some of the look and feel of that, those things on social media and such. Just a note, communications functions now have been transferred from corporate services in July to these interim CAO roles. So that information will now be coming from the office of the CAO. Goal number 2, our big one in there is admin support for the fire services department, and that is continuing well. Goal number 3, the tax rate calculation, tax collection went well this year, 91%. That was where we anticipated it being. It continues on throughout the year. After the June 30th deadline. One of the things that there was a notable reduction of resident concerns at the counter and phone for the 2026 collection period. Don't know what that's attributed to, but previous years we've had a lot more complaints that have come to my desk Most of the stuff we've heard was just, okay. A lot of the understanding is that the big change was in the education portion. And when residents realized that that wasn't something that our county and council was in control of, they were able to take that and
What percent were we at last year?
we're at the same percentage, 91%, so. We ended up to be around, I think it was around 93% of, current was collected at the end of the year. As it goes through the tax collection process and we put notification on people's properties, then those arrears get cleaned up.
They happen quick then, eh?
So, yeah, exactly. So, in that same section there, near the bottom there, for grant applications, our regular grant applications are all completed, that work's done. But we are working with WSP on some additional grants. There was an expression of interest that was issued for a Prairies Can grant. Don't know what the dollar value is. They have up to 12 million for the province that they are willing to give out. They don't have a lot of uptake on it, so we've asked for as much as we can. We'll see what happens.
12 million. That's
Yeah,
what we asked
exactly.
for,
So,
right?
yep. An unfortunate information was brought back. So back in the spring, there was anticipated amendments to the Water for Life grant. That they would go for economic development and for non-potable water, but that the transportation minister did not approve those amendments to the grant. So unfortunately, the Water for Life grant, we can't apply for this November intake. Moving on to page 56, the truck fills. I just want to bring forward to council's attention. So we're reviewing some alternative for self-serve payments with the water system. This is something that we just found out that Flowpoint does provide options for. They've never told us about this before, but so where residents are able to go online, pay their bill, and it be immediately available for water at the truck bills. So we found out that Bonaccord and Gibbons were using that same system, and they works very well for them. So
Do we have an additional cost to
We're-
provide that to us?
we're looking into all of the costs right now. I believe it's about $2,500 a year to have that system in there. But the offsetting would be quite a bit less administrative work for.
Well,
For the
it happens in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they need water,
Yeah.
we can't.
But we can't do that now.
And it's immediate. It's, once they do it on there, like they don't have to wait for us to process anything.
Yeah.
So we're reviewing that, trying to get that going. We'll keep council informed as we find out all the details on it. So. Moving down, so service levels, so just one of the things the 2027 budget schedule was approved by council. So that budget system has been opened for department input and it's going fairly well so far. Payroll budget is in progress. That's one of the more complex parts of the budget. Financial information was returned was filed with provincial government. Down to goal number 4, county IT services. We are finding some of our current hardware is getting dated and having to do some replacements. As council is aware, we replaced some of the switches in here to increase the internet stuff. But we also found the internet link between Public Works and this building was a problem. So we're looking at all the alternatives. We've got Starlink in there right now to alleviate that concern. Down in the admin building, there was a major water valve that was replaced down in the basement. As you may notice in the back, some landscaping for pest control is completed on the south side of the building. We are looking at a little bit more on the front of the north side as well. We are going to be doing some changes to the parking lot to protect the sprinkler system. Where the snow has been pushed, there's actually a sprinkler head right there we didn't even know about. So luckily it hasn't been damaged in the last, in all the years that we've been doing it. So And unfortunately, the front walk repair was delayed due to, we were utilizing staff, but they were working on the roads and the drainage concerns, and we pushed that project off just to allow them to take care of the water issues, so.
It will be done within the,
Yes.
to my,
Staying with building, what are we doing with the microphones in here? We're getting nothing but, I'm getting nothing but complaints.
Still?
Yeah.
did you get any calls on that,
I haven't got no calls.
we haven't heard anything from our end, but
I
it,
just
it's good to hear
had
that.
the mics fixed, well, the video.
Yeah.
So this is the first council will see how.
This is the first meeting with the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, after it had been.
Because the local paper was saying they can't, it's just muffled, so we'll check with them and see.
Yeah.
If it improves.
Well, I guess this is a good opportunity, right? If it doesn't sound right or look good,
Well,
let us know right now.
Not time, so we'll get a hold of
Right.
John and see.
So thank you for that, Councilor Whitus. Revised format for the In Focus is ongoing. We've heard a lot of good reviews from readers that they like that. That's the back page of the paper. And then just the last thing, probably highlight down in the communication side, the 2026 budget document with year-end report was completed and posted to the website. Council members also had a copy of that put in their mailboxes. So, just another clean document that we can provide information out to residents, and so the council can also have that. And then on the last page, page 58, just a couple of things to bring to your attention. So council will remember that the tax installment payment plan bylaw was updated. And what we found is an increase of about $12,000 to the monthly payments. So that's a significant increase. So what the big change is, as previously when somebody bought a piece of land, they had to wait till the end of the year to sign up for it. Now we're finding as people buy land and they sign up for that right away, and it's good to see those increases that will significantly help on our collections going to future years. ERP procurement, that project has kicked off and ongoing quite well. Mid-year performance reviews, that deadline was July 31st. Those are mostly completed. GIS, will see that the land ownership map is updated, and there is new ward maps. You'll see them in your under your glass there. And there's an interactive road closure map that's integrated into our website. So if with all the flooding, there's a lot of road closures. You'll be able to see that on the website there as well. And then we talked about the grant amendment request that was sent to the Heartland. So that's it's been a busy spring and start to the summer, and things are going well so far. Any questions?
Any questions for Ryan?
No.
Well,
I have one question. What was the collection on the aggregate levy?
Very, very good. So the ones that are reporting have all come in. We have previously had a producer that was not paying, but that producer's sold to another one, so that's coming in well. So we are seeing one of our major sand producers in the northwest corner of the county. They have increased their production, and so we're seeing more money come in there as well. We will be doing the audit again this year, so that'll usually happens in the late summer. And we'll be able to get check to make sure the rest are actually reporting what they do. The biggest challenge now with the aggregate is that self-reporting. What are they actually telling us what they did? So that's the hard part. So the collection is, we were all up to date now with the ones that are reported.
okay, there's no other questions.
Yeah, I'm good.
You want to make a motion to take it as information?
The Lamont County Council accept the CFO Corporate Services Report for August 11, 2026 as information.
All right, all in favor?
Yep.
Great, thanks, Rodney. Moving on to committee reports. So we've had a month off, and I'm not gonna kid you, I've got a whack of them and I didn't bring them. That's what I was just going through my stuff here, I don't know what table I left them on in my office, but yeah. I can do kind of a quick verbal, but if you want to start, Mr. Naka, if you have any.
I have a couple here, I have a Hills and Seat board meeting on July 30th. The managers report, residents report. We purchased cyber security insurance for the seat plant. Updated bylaws. Signed a new contract for electricity. Review per diems and honorariums. Was the summary for June 2026. What we cleaned in the last year was 708,000 bushels. 382,000 was wheat. Barley 176, oats 72,000, peas 48, beans $3,000. We are leaving the seed cleaning rates the same for the upcoming year. And doing work on routine maintenance during the slow time in the summer here. We had a housing foundation meeting. Okay, so we had new occupancies here. Beaver Hill Pioneer Lodge, 51 residents, 6 vacancies. The self-contained units, Father Kozanowski in Mandir is full, Dr. Strilchuk Villa in Mandir, 1 vacancy. And someone's moving in August. Heritage Manor in Andrews full, Elk Park Chipman is full. Villa 75 in Lamont is full, Heritage Court Lamont is full. And Spring Creek Manor in Bruderheim, there's 1 vacancy. And the R&N houses in Lamont, 1 in Lamont, 1 in Bruderheim, both are full. I think we settled with the union for a new contract. Some increases there. I'm doing summer maintenance, trying to make the best use of grass money that we have to do and self-contained units. There was an issue with air conditioners and leaking, but we're addressing that.
And we can let it figure out.
And that's it for me on that. And I also was on the ASB summer tour in Strathmore. And Gerald and John, you can add anything that just out there. We visited there's a hog farm that has raised specialty hogs. Curly hogs, curly hair, so Aaron, you'll be interested in that.
Yeah, I told my kids.
Your daughter,
Yeah,
I heard you ordered a couple.
yeah, probably.
Oh, yeah, just 70% fat.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, and
They're a large.
and the thing is, they're like, everything that's sold off that hog averages about $10 a pound.
Yeah.
And the fat is
Yeah.
4.5 inches thick, so it was a little hard to imagine, but.
Use that for baking.
Yeah.
Then we did a tour to a solar farm.
That was interesting, yeah.
Neil he would have liked that one. Anyway, they have sheep for grazing, right?
Yeah.
800 sheep.
And chickens.
And then they had some hogs in there too.
Yeah.
And it was that was the city of Strathmore that owned this land. And they hired this company to set up a solar farm there. And some of that power is taken back, goes towards the city. it was interesting. I don't know what scale it would make that really attractive, but,
Oh, and they had bees going in there too,
Yeah,
that's right.
It's over 100 acres, I think is what they
yeah,
have. And they set the satellite dishes up and the sheep can graze underneath them.
Yeah.
And the electric fence the sections and move them. It's interesting, very interesting.
There was lots going on inside that thing, like there was bees, there's hogs, there's sheep, there's chickens.
Yeah.
so.
And they're all just everywhere, eh?
Anyway, that's about it for my reporting.
Okay. Okay, so you wanna make your motion?
Move that the Lamont County Council accept Councilor Ryan Acker report on Wellington Seed Cleaning Plan Cooperative, Lamont County Housing Foundation, and ASB Summer Tour as information.
Right, questions for Mr. Nuka? Right, all in favor?
It's pretty good, the housing foundation is full as it is.
Yeah,
That's a good thing, yeah.
It's right, full,
Yeah.
That's good. There's no waiting list, but.
Perfect.
Good. Mr. McGinnis?
Yes. ASB tour, we talked about that already. I had a Northern Lights Library Board, GPM, and that was in St. Paul. Nothing real crazy, switched around some people from spots and. You know, they kind of have some trouble getting people involved in that. I could understand why sometimes, but. The other one was a connection to the Northern Lights Library Board. It was the Alberta Library Trustees Association, EGM, they wanted us to attend. And that was a little more crazy. There's very few people that are involved in it. I feel it's kind of probably a waste of time, but. Nothing came out of it. I think, they had a hard time getting 8 people to come to the AGM, so who knows what's gonna happen with that. I did have a waste commission meeting, but it ended up canceled. Right now, they're trying to get the new contractor in to do the next cell. But as we know, you wanna do clay, you wanna play in the dirt, and there's challenges there, so. I think there was talk that they were gonna get started. I don't know on how fast that's gonna happen with the weather we've been having. So, and the last one was the Lamont County Housing Foundation, and we've covered everything on that. So I think that's all I really have to report on that. So besides our events that we've been going to, you know.
Another thing just from the ASB tour, we did tour aerial spraying contractors. Farm, we did a farm visit there. He does a bit of farming. But he had was it 4 or 5 planes there? He gave a good presentation, you know, like most of his business is in about a 30-mile radius of his farm there. We had 5 different planes, explained some of their maintenance costs, repairs. He has a John Deere sprayer, you know, he sprays, you know, branches or whatever you need sprayed, he can do that. Yeah, that was interesting. And then we did a tour of a brewery before supper events, so.
That was interesting. Wow, it was farm. It turned from farm to business really quick.
Yeah, it was an interesting presentation.
He's turning his bushels into big money.
A big farmer, farms lots. He was supplying barley to these people. Some of them got involved in it. And then bought a brewery, and it was interesting, eh?
Yeah, he's really turned his bushels into big dollars.
Anyway, just forgot about that at the time. I
Any-
noticed myself, John had his agenda on his.
Yes.
I reminded to put the other thing.
So, but yeah, anyways, Lamont County Council accept Councilor John Eugenis' report on the ASB Summer Tour, the Northern Lights Library Board, the Alberta Library AGM meeting, and the Lamont County Housing as information.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Yep. Carried. Mr. Thoreau.
With the ASB tour, we had the tour on the first day of, native. What was that?
Oh, yeah, we're Blackfoot
The
Crossing.
Blackfoot Crossing, building, and it's, this thing is just humongous, and it's beautiful. It's up one part on the tour. Also, and, I had a Vermilion Watershed tour. They rented a van. There was 12 of us, even, what do you call it? Two Hills County, Vermilion County, and a few other people were in on this. We met at Vegreville. We started at Viking where it starts, right? It's just a couple miles west of Viking is where this Vermilion River starts. And it ends up coming through Vegreville, through Vermilion, and ends up in the North Saskatchewan River. So that was a full day tour there. And and other than that, not too much, other than the Lamont Parade we were all in, and that's about all. Lamont County Council accept Councillor Gerald Kurowski's report on ASB tour, Vermilion Watershed tour, and Lamont Parade as information.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. All right, so for myself. I attended the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association, Calgary Stampede kickoff party, met with a lot of elected officials there. Probably seen I got pictures with Premier. Met with them, discussed some ongoing issues around the province and our water line, and everybody there knows about the Heartland. So, we've had a couple of, I've also been dealing with the county here. We have our regional fire meetings. Tomorrow will be the third one that we've been discussing how to set up the new regional fire agreement. The John Institute Water meeting. Chamber of Commerce mixer in Fort Saskatchewan at they call it the Nourishment Center now. It's not classified as a food bank anymore. Then we had a meeting here with Minister Municipal Affairs, Dan Williams. He came in just to discuss some of our ongoing issues that we need some assistance with and some guidance. So he met with all the towns and villages and municipalities in the area. From there, I did a NAGO meeting in St. Paul. That was just to discuss development, text development and everything. It majority of it is northeast of us, but we are still part of their area here. We'd be the very furthest southwest corner of the division. And then we were in and I met with the town of Lamont. We were there just to support. They got a $400,000 check for Water for Life for their leg up or for their water reservoir. Sorry, lagoon. Yeah, their expansion. So it was good to sit and talk with them too and see where they're planning on going with things. So it was a good meeting. And obviously I have a lot more coming here in this next week. Starting now we're back is. Yeah, if I ever thought I had time to cut hay, I didn't realize I gotta look at my day planner because I don't have time to cut hay.
Well, that time between 10:30 and 1:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, well, usually it's about that time from 10:30 at night till about 6 in the morning, and that's would be about the only time I should have the time. But anyways, so that's all I have for right now. And it's NAAGO. Sorry.
I was gonna say something.
Yeah. I make the motion that the Lamont County Council accept Reeve Aaronwick's report on Alberta Industrial Heartland Association Stampede meeting, meeting with Dan Minister. Or meeting with Minister Dan Williams, a NAGO meeting. I also did the Chamber of Commerce. In there too.
Right, Gina. Nourishment Center.
Nourishment Center. And yeah, and the town of Lamont as information. Any questions? All in favor?
All in favor?
Carried.
Yeah, my committees, everybody had July off, so August and September looking busy, so.
Good.
More full, I just, I served, think we were out of province at a wedding, so.
Perfect. All right, so there's really nothing for Mr. Latest, so we will carry on. Correspondence for action.
It's Freeman Council, first letter that we will see. We received a letter from the town of Lamont. And this preceded a meeting with the local elected officials and CAOs. Wanting to support FCSSs in municipalities. Mayor and council of the town of Lamont wrote a letter to advocate for the family community support services. And wrote a letter to Ms. Armstrong, here, our MLA. And asked us to write a similar letter to advocate our services from FCSS. And we have on page 61. Ms. Rendero has prepared a letter, and we are asking if council would like to make a motion for the week to sign this letter to support our FCSS and advocate for it. Going on, the next letter that we have for action is a submission by Ms. Gladden. She is working for the marketing team at rural municipalities of Alberta and would like to know if council would still like Lamont County to be known as the church capital of North America, as this is what they have at RMA for their slideshows and presentations that they make, and ever they mention Lamont County. The next correspondence item for action is a donation request from the Andrew Agricultural Society, which is separate from the community grants request. This request is not for the 2,000 mentioned in the bottom, but it is we had this donation request comes in specifically for the Garlic Festival. And as a reference, in 2023, council donated $500 towards the Garlic Festival. And the next submission is also a donation request coming from Ross Creek Community Association. And this also is specifically for an early evening Halloween celebration, so specifically for an event, not for the community hall in general. So this event, they have asked a donation up to $5,000. I believe we did not have, because of not previously donated for this event specifically. But council,
This is a new event.
this is a new event, council donated $3,000 in the community hall and transportation grant program previously. And we're talking about these grants at the next meeting again. The next correspondence for action item is a letter from Mr. Searing, who is asking council to support an individual application to the Alberta Heritage Marker Program. The proposal is seeking authorization to install a freestanding provincial historic history plaque within the Central Boulevard right of way in the historic core of St. Michael's. And Mr. Searing is asking council to support in this application.
Did they decide where they wanted it? Because we could give them the old hotel.
Right.
Here's your beautiful new Centennial Park with your plaque.
And. Yes, and then these other ones, I think are for information, right? Yeah. So, council, do we?
Okay, so if we wanna go back and just have a look. The first one is the letter. I don't see it being an issue for us to support, sign a letter. Is there any other? Anybody have any questions or concerns about that?
No, I'm on
Comments?
Absolutely.
It's a letter of support, so we have this one here. If you're interested, I can sign it. Yeah, make a motion. Yeah. Wait, so we wanna make that motion?
Yeah, Lamont County Council authorized the REIT to sign family and community support services advocacy letter to be sent to MLA Jackie Armstrong. I'll make it.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Okay, so then we have the other one is a request from Miss Gladden.
Yeah, this was regarding if council would like Lamont County still to be known as Church Capital of North America, or if you would like Lamont County to be known as something different,
Yeah.
then we can let her know.
Refinery roll and have everybody build refineries here.
Yeah, I would agree.
Name it, it'll come.
Yeah.
AI capital of the world.
Yeah. I hope that mic wasn't working right.
Bing, bing, bing.
I believe it's the same.
Yeah.
Even-
Just leave it for
Been like that for a long time, so.
Okay,
Okay, we can report back to Ms. Gladden.
yeah, we made. Roy just made the motion, we just stay the same, so. All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Okay. Okay, so the Andrew Garlic Festival is looking for up to $2,000, which is, did we contribute last year? We contributed.
Yeah, that was in 2023. Last year, I didn't have a record of the donation.
I thought we gave 500.
But over 500,
I think so, 500.
500 new sports or parade.
Yeah, well, we've kind of been around that $500 mark for these
Yep.
events,
So
so.
needs to-
Okay, you want, do we want to make a motion to do $500 again?
Yeah, I would do that. Lamont County Council Director Administration donate $500 to the Andrew Agriculture Society for the Andrew Garlic Festival, October 10th, 2026.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. All right, Ross Creek's request for $5,000 for an event. We just did 500. I can't see you going to say. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Somebody want to make that motion?
Yeah.
Move to the Lamont County Council Director Administration to donate $500 to the Ross Creek Community Association. For the family focused Halloween community event.
Okay. All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. And then Mr. Strings, request for consent support. You guys feel
Oh, for the,
for the?
yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, shouldn't
Absolutely.
be an issue whatsoever.
Yeah.
So,
We will prepare another letter for the redesign as well.
Yeah.
To support.
yeah, just a letter of support. So if somebody want to make a motion?
The Lamont County Council direct the Reeves to sign a letter to consent for the Alberta Heritage Marker Program application to install a freestanding provincial history plaque within St. Michael's Central Boulevard right of way.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Correspondence for information. You guys have been trying to go through these, I'm pretty sure, but yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of police.
Yeah.
The first one for information is that the letter and all the attachments from the National Police Federation. They have, a call on the government of Alberta. That you can read on page 71. And they provide all their statistics in the attachment. Lot of things to read. Until page 112, no 110. After that is a correspondence item from the Police Review Commission. We previously received their updates on what they're doing, and this is the latest report, the quarterly report from April to June this year. There's quite a lot of reporting to go through. On page 139 of the agenda, we will have a correspondence item from the Heartland Air Monitoring Partnership, which is quite interesting. We had less wildfire this year, so there's better air quality reported in the second quarter of 2026, as you can see on page 140. Then on page 141, we have some information on AI data centers in the Heartland. Live in the Heartland published interesting information. There's a link to read the full article if you're interested in a very interesting read. Gives you more information on what they're used for and why in the Heartland. And very important. Page 145 of the agenda, we have the Battle River Watershed Alliance newsletter for July. They had a few activities going on, and after that, we have their newsletter for August. We have some summer camps scheduled, and then it's all their activities for August and beginning of September. Page 167, we received an item from the town of Bruderheim, the great Bruderheim water fight announcement.
Sure hope they can find water.
And
On the lake to water.
there might be a few water fights in different locations.
We got them already.
Yeah.
If you want to register, there's a registry, the registration form attached. And a letter from the town of Bruderheim for the Oktoberfest.
Do we register the two new counselors going in the water fight?
Yeah.
I don't like water.
Certainly register. Who comes forward? And Oktoberfest, I believe that council has been taking part in the Oktoberfest parade in Bruderheim and will do so this year.
The calendars open October 17th.
17th of October.
And then we have the additional.
Oh, is that for the parade?
Yeah, they're October first.
I know our calendars, whether they put the golf tournament on the 19th, not the 20th.
No, it's this calendar.
Yeah, no, calendar,
I don't
right.
know where they got this format from.
Yeah,
Look,
Right?
they got,
here, only when they switch over here, it's to the right, it's not.
the Sundays are on the left and the rest of the work week is on the right. So I did the same, I wrote down the thing for the 13th and we went on the 14th.
Oops.
The Sundays are on the left and then Mondays and on are on the right.
Yes. Well, yeah, because they have the tournament on the 19th.
Well, it's,
Oh, I guess.
we did look-
20th.
Like having a foundation meeting at 6 o'clock just to see who we're in.
we're only to the right.
Oh.
It's on the 15th.
15th, yeah.
Yeah,
But it shows it on the 14th.
no, the Sundays are all on the left hand side and all the rest of the weekday are on the right hand side.
It's Sunday to Saturday.
So I wrote down.
Calendar, man. Yeah, it's messed up.
There was only AI to build the calendar.
I'm talking about the other council calendar.
Yeah, this last one here.
Yeah.
Completely messed up.
Goes from Sunday to Saturday instead of a Monday to Sunday.
Because I was told that this is the proper way to do Sunday to Saturday.
Oh, and then, but what it does,
It's going
Starting in Monday and Americans calendars start on Sunday, is that correct?
No,
this-
that part's right, no, but, you got the date on the left-hand side, like the second of, the month. And then, or let's pick on the 9th, it's on the left-hand side, then 10th, 11th, 12th on the right-hand side of the day.
Oh my goodness, I see it.
So, yeah,
Yes.
say for Sunday, it's, I put it down for the 13th, I had a meeting, and it went on the 14th, so. But then,
Sorry about that.
We actually look at the golf tournament, it looks like it's all.
oh, the 19th, yeah.
It's on the 20th.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, you were gonna show up there on the 19th.
Overachiever.
Yeah.
Okay, I have marked that down and we don't.
that's,
Yeah,
that's the, calendar system.
but I have one additional correspondence item that I wanted to just share with you. Roxanne handed it out. That is the Training Canadian Congress invites the council to recognize the September 7th, 2026 as Ukrainian Canadian Heritage Day. And we can review that. All council can make a resolution to recognize Ukrainian September 7th, 2026 as Ukrainian Canadian Heritage Day.
Okay, so does anybody have any concerns with recognizing the September 7th Day of Recognition?
I got no problem.
No.
No, they're gonna want a flag raising ceremony and a picture to share with them.
We'll put your picture up and we can pull the rope and flag. Yeah.
I'm good with it, honestly, I'm good with this.
Okay, so we'll make a motion that we can recognize the September 7th Ukrainian.
That's officially a day off.
Heritage Day. Yeah,
Yeah.
And for the pro evening contest.
yeah.
Ooh.
Ukrainian Canadian Heritage Day.
Yeah, there was a couple things they wanted done, you gotta do a flag raising.
Yeah, it's the last one. We want a picture of a flag raising.
Light off the municipal building in the colors of the Ukrainian flag. Create your own unique incentive within your.
If council wants to make that motion.
Yep, Lamont County Council recognized September 7th, 2026 as Ukrainian Canadian Heritage Day. I guess it would be every year after that, right?
And we will have, we will also recognize that on our social medias and put a poster up in front of our.
Yeah.
Our contract.
The microphones are working good so far.
That's what I heard you do.
Yeah.
I had a,
Yeah.
I had a good thumbs up about it.
Yeah,
From one of my-
finally, whatever you did, it worked.
That's great.
They're happy with it. The quality was good all around, I was told, so.
We have that updated ever so often to see if we can, because it is a constant issue, so we will monitor that and please let us know if it.
Rectified.
So far, it's good, so if anybody has trouble, we can let us know.
Very good, thanks.
Good sign.
Very good, yes. Okay,
Okay, so we'll make a motion, to take all of them as information. And then we'll make a motion to
You
do.
want to also set all correspondence items for.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carried.
then you bring that calendar as next item.
All right, you've seen the calendar and figured out what you guys need to figure out how to work. Yes, please.
I'll be a day early, fairly.
Yeah,
Well, or you'll be late.
yeah, me too.
Depends how you read it.
You have that on your calendar.
We've got,
Good.
yeah, we've got the parade this weekend.
Yeah, there this weekend and
I
then
think
Monday.
Kevin's is completely canceled now.
Yes.
Partial's coming home.
Yeah.
And just during the case of Black Ribbon Day and downtown.
That's at the legislative building? the
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
We have our road tour here Tuesday. Yeah. So if you
What
guys.
time is that road tour night?
Yeah.
Good night, yeah.
Right.
And the third golf tournament is on the
You
20th,
betcha.
and there are still some spots available as far as I know.
Yeah.
For the tournament?
Yeah.
Yes.
Golfing tournament, yeah.
Yeah. You still got, you really gotta be 18 to drive cars.
Yeah. Yeah, cause even our juniors, so
What?
I was talking with Shane, and they'll make available some spots to have that junior team come back again,
Yeah.
donate it, so
Well,
they
yeah.
get to walk, they get to walk.
They can drive a car, but they can't drive a golf cart.
Yeah. 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 So, that's the golf courses.
No, I know that. Yeah, I know
For
that.
our tournament, I don't know why.
It's for all the tournaments, I mean.
I believe it's liability.
It's liability.
Yeah, next thing you know, the kids are in and out of the water drowning.
Yeah. Yeah.
On the greens.
They're supposed to have fun. That's part of it.
Yeah.
Well, that is the fun, right?
What kid?
But it's not fun for the owner of the place.
Do we want to go into closed session right now, or do we wanna take a break and do earlier lunch and then,
Yeah, it's not the council.
we'll come back and do closed session and be done?
Yeah.
I'm good. Okay, so we can do half hour, you figure, for lunch?
I don't know if lunch is there yet.
Is one
We
there?
will-
Okay, so let's
get permit by
45 minutes.
We'll do 45 minutes, so,
I'm great.
yeah. We'll take a 45-minute lunch, we'll be back at 12:30 and continue on with our closed session items.
After. Wonderful. Can we go, yeah, sorry. Can we have a resolution to accept the calendar?
Oh, yeah,
For
sorry.
admission?
We have somebody make that motion, please.
That Lamont County Council accept the county calendar for August 26th as information.
That's good. All in favor?
Yeah.
Here.
Thank you, council.
All right, thank you.
We forgot how to do this.
Yes.
We're
All right, welcome back, everybody, to a regular council meeting for August 11th, 2026. We only have to go into closed session here left on our agenda for today. It is regarding the Regional Fire Services mediation. There's some ongoing negotiations. We have some legal advice.
No legal advice,
Nope.
it is just proposals of changes to the current fire
Okay,
services.
okay, so at this time, can I have somebody make a motion that we go into closed session, please?
Sure. Lamont County Council move the August 11, 2026 regular council meeting into a closed meeting at 12:38 PM.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everybody, welcome back. We're gonna come out of, or we came out of closed session at 1:11. John took us out. And we have a couple of resolutions to make, or a resolution to make. Somebody want to make that resolution?
Sure, the Lamont County Council accept the verbal report on regional fire services mediation matter update and closed meeting as information.
All right, question or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Okay. And with that, we will adjourn the meeting at 1:12 PM. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in.
Thank you.